Fitch and Kim Stanton. Bonjour et bienvenue à tous.
Hello and welcome to you all. I am Michael McDonald, Chair of the Mass Casualty Commission, and I'm here with Commissioners Leanne Fitch and Kim Stanton.
We join you today from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. We thank Elder Marlene Companion from the Halabu Mi'kmaq First Nation. Yesterday, Elder Marlene came into this space to cleanse it through smudging with tobacco, sage, sweetgrass, and cedar, and to say a prayer that proceedings will begin with positive energy and open hearts. Today, we begin our public proceedings for 2022, an important step in the Commission's ongoing investigation into the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. Many of you are here to find out what happened, why it happened, and how we can make sure something like this never happens again. That, in essence, is the Commission's mandate: to get those answers and to deliver findings and recommendations that will make our communities safer. Les procédures publiques de 2022
The
commencent.
2022 public proceedings are starting today. This represents a major moment for the inquiry of the Commission on the Mass Casualty Commission for the mass casualty that took place in April 2020 in Nova Scotia. Many of you are here to learn more about what occurred and the reasons why the events happened, and to know what to do so that such a situation never occurs again. That is, in essence, the Commission's mandate: to answer these questions, present findings, and make recommendations that aim to make our communities safer.
During our opening remarks, we will talk about the following: the Commission's purpose and approach, who is taking part in our work, the phases of our work, and how they deliver on our mandate, what to expect during public proceedings, and the important role that you as members of the public have to play. Following the latest Nova Scotian COVID-19 related public health guidance on events, at this time we are only able to host participants, their legal counsel, and Commission team members here at the Halifax Convention Centre. Arrangements have been made so members of the public can attend at our Truro community viewing site in person. And of course, everyone is welcome to follow public proceedings through our website. As gathering restrictions continue to ease in the coming months, we hope more of you will be able to attend proceedings in person once it is safe to do so. Given the last few years of the pandemic, it has also likely been a while since many of you have gathered in such relatively large numbers as we have here today. So please be kind to each other as we all adjust. Many of the events and issues we will be dealing with in these proceedings are going to be difficult and potentially distressing to hear. Please think about that and how you prepare yourselves for this information, and how to ask for support when you need it. For those of you joining us here in person, we have dedicated team members and wellness supports available here at the Convention Centre and at our Truro viewing site. In addition, a comprehensive list of provincial and national wellness supports is available on our website. It is always okay to step away when you need time for yourself. All our proceedings are being recorded and key materials will be published on our website, which means you can be in control of how much you watch or read and when you do it. The events of April 18th and 19th, 2020 took the lives of many innocent people, caused serious physical and emotional injury for others, and left people in Canada and beyond feeling fear, anger, and grief. As part of honoring their memories, I will now read the names of those whose lives were taken. And following that, I ask you to join me in a moment of silent reflection for them, their loved ones, and those affected by this tragedy. We remember Tom Bagley, Kristen Beaton, who was expecting a child at the time, Greg and Jamie Belair, Joy and Peter Bond, Lillian Campbell, Corey Ellison, Gina Goulet, Don and Frank Gulenchin, Alana Jenkins and Sean McLeod, Lisa McCulley, Heather O'Brien, Jolene Oliver, Aaron Tuck, and Emily Tuck, Constable Heidi Stevenson, Joanne Thomas and John Zoll, Joey Weber. Please let's take a moment in silence. To the families, once again, we offer our deepest and heartfelt sympathies for your loss. Some family members have asked if they can be able to honor their loved ones and share their experiences as part of our process. The answer is yes, absolutely. As part of our continued engagement with families, we are asking family members how they want their loved ones remembered and if they want their experiences shared in the commission proceedings and/or in our final report. If you have yet to share your preferences, please let us know. This mass casualty has affected a broad range of people, groups, and organizations across Nova Scotia, Canada, and beyond, starting with those who lost their lives or were harmed, their families, and also including witnesses who were there, saw what was happening, and were in harm's way. First responders and service people, including police, emergency, health service professionals, firefighters, and others providing frontline services like tow truck drivers and medical examiners. People living in the affected communities who lost their friends and neighbors, whose sense of community safety has been severely affected. The wider public in Nova Scotia, across Canada and beyond, including, for example, family and friends of Joanne Thomas and John Zoll in the United States of America. All these people join with affected communities in grief and concern about community safety. Part of our responsibility as a public inquiry is to acknowledge the breadth of the impacts, taking into account the many different people and groups affected. Our opportunity is to draw on the experiences and expertise of these many different people and groups, leading to strong and implementable recommendations. There are many communities right across Canada like those directly affected by this mass casualty. There are lessons we can all learn to protect the people and places we care about. I'm a proud Nova Scotian, born and raised in Cape Breton. I've had the honor of serving the people of this province for over 24 years, first as a judge and then as Chief Justice of Nova Scotia. As a fellow Nova Scotian, there are some important things for me to say. Starting with this, we are absolutely committed to answering the questions about what happened and why, and delivering recommendations to make communities safer. We are doing so with independence, respect, and transparency. Those are our values and our guiding lights. We are working in ways that are restorative, which means striving to be inclusive, collaborative, flexible, non-adversarial, and forward-focused. And importantly, not to do more harm. We are working in this way to support our clear and unwavering commitment to determine the difficult and painful truth of what happened, and a willingness to have challenging conversations and to ask difficult questions required to understand how and why, so we can assure accountability and responsibility. The accountability and responsibility needed to make us all safer in the future. Our task is immense. The mass casualty involved up to 17 crime scenes, multiple casualties, and hundreds of witnesses and first responders. It shocked the nation, reverberating throughout our communities, institutions, and governments. The ripples run deep and wide, touching on many related issues and areas of law and policy. And this happened during a global pandemic, meaning our investigation and work has also needed to navigate the same public health responses and restrictions that have interrupted all of our lives in the past 2 years. But we are up to that challenge, and here's why. Public inquiries like this commission are powerful and flexible processes, well designed to investigate something as complex and far-reaching as this mass casualty. Our approach from the start has been deliberate, focused on how we can best deliver on our mandate in the time we have in ways that are principled, efficient, and effective. The steps of our work interconnect with and reinforce each other, building on layers of understanding so we can get to the best possible recommendations. We are here to conduct a thorough, independent, transparent, and respectful investigation into what happened, following the evidence where it leads, so we have a strong foundation of understanding. We are here to build from that factual foundation, exploring research and policy on related issues that can shed light into the causes, context, and circumstances of this mass casualty. And we are here to look forward, making findings and recommendations that can shape laws, public policy, public institutions, and community approaches. The issues before the mass casualty are much larger than they would be before a court. Not simply who did what when, but broader systemic issues that can help answer the questions of how and why. As a public inquiry, we have the opportunity to be creative and flexible in our approach to get the answers we need, drawing on a range of tools and proceedings like affidavits, foundational documents, community panels, expert discussions, and of course, conventional witness testimony. We can combine factual investigations with policy considerations, allowing for a more thorough understanding and better informed recommendations. We also have greater access to expertise to examine the complexity of the relevant issues and can focus time and resources in a way that is rarely afforded to governments, rarely afforded to courts, and rarely afforded to other institutions. As a public inquiry, we can do things that a trial cannot do. For example, in criminal law, trials are used to establish the facts of a case to determine if the accused committed a crime. The focus is on the accused, and if found guilty, how they should be punished. In the criminal approach, victims are not even parties. They are confined to the role of witness and often feel ignored in the process. In civil trials, one person sues another for various wrongs. Here, assuming liability is established, the focus is on the victims and how much they suffered to determine how much compensation they should receive. Trials end at what happened. Guilty, not guilty, everybody goes home. In the civil context, liable, not liable, everybody goes home. Here, finding out what happened is not the end. It's the important foundation. It's the important foundation for which we will build, find out why, and build stronger recommendations. And this commission is not a trial, it's a public inquiry. We are not here to assign blame or award damages. At the same time, a public inquiry can also do things that an independent review cannot do. Unlike such a review, we have the ability to issue subpoenas and compel witnesses. We have already and will continue to exercise those powers as needed. Our focus is always forward-facing, using all of our power and flexibility to learn the lessons we can and to share them with all of you. This inquiry is built on independence, built on transparency, and built on respect. Naturally, there will be many things people will not agree on throughout this process and many components of our mandate. We understand that. We knew from day one, as we set out to do our work of the commission, that confidence in our institutions around us has been shaken. We have heard throughout our work concerns about trust in people and community and institutions and in this commission. Let me allay your concerns and speak directly to what we've heard. Independence is the backbone, the be-all and end-all of inquiries. Some people are concerned about the commission's independence, believing that we may be susceptible to covering up for either the RCMP or for government. Let me assure you, nothing could be further from the truth. I was Chief Justice in this province for over 20 years.
J'ai été juge en chef dans cette
Institutions and outside interference was fundamental to my role. I would never tolerate any attempt by any institution or by any individual to tamper with our independence. I am absolutely committed to the independence of this commission, its findings and its recommendations, as is the entire commission team. Some people are concerned that the commission is not being transparent and inclusive. In a moment, Commissioner Fitch and Commissioner Stanton will talk more about all the ways we have been transparent and inclusive, working closely with participants and many others. I also want to address at the outset specific recent questions we have heard. Some of you are concerned we will not be calling witnesses, or if we do, they will not be cross-examined. Let me assure you once again, where a fact or event relevant to our mandate is unclear, despite a thorough investigation, if there is a witness who can provide more information, we will bring them here and ask them questions, and we will enable their legal counsel representing participants to put forward questions and witness recommendations as well. Cross-examination is one way to do that. And rest assured, where appropriate, it will happen, including questioning by counsel for participants. And the commission will be robust in our response if witnesses try to be misleading. There will be robust cross-examination. But there's another important consideration. Given the mass impact of this casualty, we expect many witnesses who come before us will be hurting. We expect many witnesses who come before us will be even broken. That has to be factored in when determining how a witness will be questioned. If we can get to the truth in ways that do not cause more hurt, then we have a responsibility to do so. We will try to use the right methods to get the truth, but the truth we will get. We will ensure we are being attentive to the needs of those people who have information to share, but we'll also be attentive to the impacts of trauma on those who have already been directly affected. Foundational documents will play an important part in answering what happened. So here's a sense of what they are and why we are using them. The commission began its work over 16 months ago, hiring key staff, establishing offices and technology systems to securely manage the information and materials, building an entire team from scratch with a wide-ranging area of specialties, and ramping up an independent investigation. To date, the commission has gathered and analyzed more than 40,000 pages of information collected through over 50 subpoenas, including investigative files, emails, notes from first responders, transcript of police radio communications, and visuals like photographs. 1,000 video and audio files, and extensive information collected through over 150 witness interviews across Nova Scotia and in locations in Canada and the United States, and we have conducted numerous site visits. Foundational documents organize and share all this information efficiently and contribute to our restorative approach. For example, the first foundational document we will look at next week on Monday focuses on what happened in Portapique on April 18th and 19th in 2020. This document includes inputs from over 70 witnesses. And that is just one of many foundational documents. Working through all those witnesses involved in this and other foundational documents in real time, proceedings would lead to potential re-traumatization for the hundreds of witnesses connected to the mass casualty. And it would take several years to work through all of that testimony and cross-examination. So we've developed foundational documents. Each foundational document has been shared with and reviewed carefully by the participants, an important group that includes the families of those most affected. Participants were given the drafts of foundational documents and access to all the evidence they are based on. Then the commission held working meetings with participants over many weeks to identify their questions and concerns about the accuracy of the foundational documents. Participants thankfully provided us with a lot of information, and we have acted on it. We appreciate it. We've incorporated much of what we've learned into our documents, sharing it with our investigators to pursue new leads and using other aspects to shape important questions we will follow up on during proceedings in the coming weeks and months. The foundational documents represent what we know to date. However, we anticipate that along with participants identifying gaps, we will have to hear from you, the public, on areas requiring further follow-up. And the foundational documents would then be adjusted accordingly. As we work our way through what happened, each foundational document, along with the relevant source material, will be entered into evidence and shared publicly on the Commission's website, where all can read them. So you know what to expect. The list of foundational documents can be found on our website. Some of the foundational documents are location-based and will convey the following. What happened in Portapique on April 18th and 19th? The first responders' actions in Portapique. The containment points in and around Portapique. What happened overnight in Debert? What happened at 2328 Hunter Road? What happened on Highway 4, Wentworth? What happened on Highway 4, Glenholm? What happened on Plains Road, Debert? What happened at the Onslow Belmont Fire Brigade? What happened in Shubenacadie? What happened on Highway 224? What happened at the Enfield Big Stop? Other foundational documents for the first phase of our investigation are organized by topic and will convey the following. The involvement of the Truro Police Services, the RCMP Emergency Response Team response, confirmation of the replica police cruiser, the air support narrative, RCMP public communications, RCMP command decisions, the involvement of the Halifax Regional Police and the Halifax District RCMP, an overview of the radio communication system in Nova Scotia, an overview of the 911 call taking and dispatch in Nova Scotia, applicable legislation and regulations, the perpetrator's access to and use of police vehicles and associated equipment, kit, and clothing, the perpetrator's access to firearms, and public communications from the RCMP and government about the mass casualty. Each foundational document conveys a piece of what happened, and the big picture will emerge as we share more of the documents over the coming weeks. Given this, it is very important not to draw conclusions based on just one foundational document. Developing these foundational documents has been a massive undertaking involving all members of our legal, investigative, and research and policy teams. We are in effect front-end loading our process by pulling together and organizing all of the information rather than simply releasing huge volumes of unprocessed information. The process has been transparent as participants have had access to the full document production and the opportunity to comment on draft foundational documents before they are made public. Getting these foundational documents ready and doing it right takes time and care. Now, in our public proceedings, we take the time needed to ensure the public understands what is conveyed in each foundational document. We will do so at a pace that allows people to deal with the difficult information they contain. We are sharing this information and the Commission's understanding of what happened in real time during proceedings, as it is vital for participants and the public to understand the important work ahead. This does not mean that these foundational documents in this form are the final word on what happened. We will continue to ask participants to speak up if they have remaining questions or concerns arising from the foundational documents, including if they feel the need to hear from witnesses where more clarity is required. As new information comes to light through these proceedings or through our ongoing investigation, we will update the foundational documents as required. Our goal is to efficiently and effectively develop a common understanding about what happened to ensure we are being transparent and inclusive, collaboratively establishing what happened so we can spend time in public proceedings focusing on why the mass casualty happened and exploring the causes, context, and circumstances to determine where we go from here. After we organized our office and staff last spring with all security clearances arranged, etc., we began receiving under subpoena tens of thousands of documents. So let me add this important context surrounding the process we are following. Tens of thousands of documents came in through subpoena, involving up to 17 crime scenes and hundreds of witnesses, as I've mentioned. A clear reality emerged. This inquiry could drift and drag on for years if we were to call all the witnesses involved in this 17 crime scene inquiry. I speak from experience. I have seen firsthand, over and over, too often, I have seen the emotional toll of processes that go on and on. Lives waiting in the balance. This process cannot drag on for 5 years. We have the responsibility as commissioners, and it is in everyone's interest for us to manage our process. So we developed a process that is just as, if not more effective than calling witness after witness, a process that will not drag on and on, that will result in a lot less trauma. So instead, we chose to subpoena all the relevant documents and conduct a thorough investigation, which is ongoing. We then shared all our disclosure with all participants as quickly as we could on a rolling basis. More than 25 rounds of disclosure have been made to participants, the fruits of dozens of subpoenas. Indeed, given the sheer volume of the information we received, we delayed our initial proceeding schedule in order to better handle the volume. And then with the help of the participants, which I repeat is greatly appreciated, we sorted through it all and pieced together facts that are, at least so far, appear to be accurate. We are now ready to share these initial facts with you and eagerly awaiting public starting this Monday. This then will allow us to spend our public proceeding time filling in gaps, identifying areas where there is uncertainty, areas that are material to our mandate. And we've set aside time in our schedule for that, and to hear from participants as to who else should be called to make sure that all gaps are filled and that all uncertainty relevant to our mandate is addressed. So we aren't starting like as in a trial with witness lists. We're starting with a process that has identified as best we can what happened based on the information we have to date. We will then hear from council on gaps and who should be called to fill those gaps material to our mandate. That will then allow us to spend time learning why things happened the way they did and coming up with meaningful recommendations to keep us all safer. Finding out what happened is the important foundation to start building why it happened, and to come up with recommendations why this might not happen again. This approach will provide the public with as much information as we can at the very earliest opportunity, save an enormous amount of time and cost, and avoid unnecessarily re-traumatizing many potential witnesses. I will now call on Commissioner Fitch to talk more about who has been involved in our work and the role they will play in proceedings. Commissioner Fitch brings the experience of more than 3 decades in municipal policing, including 7 years as Chief of Police for the Fredericton Police Force. Throughout her career, Commissioner Fitch has helped lead and shape many initiatives aimed at making our communities safer. It is an honor for me to serve with her and with Commissioner Stanton. Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald, and good morning, everyone. Merci, Commissaire McDonald, et bonjour et tous. It is an honor to be here serving you as a commissioner helping to lead this inquiry.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch, and good morning to everyone.
Commissioner McDonald, I served as a municipal police officer for more than 3 decades, and in doing so, I dedicated my life's work to community safety and well-being, police ethics, and the positive evolution of policing. As a proud born and raised Atlantic Canadian, I chose to become a police officer to help make our communities safe for all people, especially those most vulnerable. And I became a leader in policing because of the opportunity it presented to make positive changes in community safety and well-being, and the role that police play in a democratic society. As a police officer and leader, it is always critical to act ethically, with compassion, and collaboratively with communities to ensure that all citizens are served with integrity, respect, professionalism, accountability, and care. When I was asked to serve on this commission, I did not make the decision to accept lightly. I was moved to say yes as I saw the people in Nova Scotia and elsewhere step up to care for each other and protect one another, people being Nova Scotia strong. What I accepted was a request to help, to use my experiences in a way that can make a positive difference for others. I am personally committed to bringing all my experience and insight to help the Commission work in ways to ensure that policing organizations remain accountable and have what they need to serve and protect communities, not just in Nova Scotia, but across Canada. As commissioners, we are committed. We are committed to give space to those most affected to be heard, to ensure emergency responders are prepared in their work going forward, and to help communities across Canada find ways to be safer and stronger together. The Commission's work is very much about communities, about people, and how they are affected by something as harmful as the mass casualty, and how they come together to support each other. I truly hope we will continue to see that community spirit in the ongoing work of the Commission, which has been and will remain highly collaborative. We have asked many people to step up again by engaging in our investigations, in our public proceedings, and other ongoing work to help us make meaningful recommendations and then to help carry those recommendations forward to implementation. Here is an overview of who is taking part in the inquiry and what they do. Commissioners McDonald, Stanton, and myself were appointed to lead this inquiry, hire staff, design its process, fulfill its mandate, make important decisions, and ultimately deliver findings and recommendations that will help protect Canadians in the future. We lead the independent commission team, which includes seasoned and independent investigators who are carefully chosen from outside of the province of Nova Scotia and outside of the RCMP. These skilled investigators have been painstakingly compiling information and speaking with witnesses over the past 16 months, helping build from scratch an independent picture of what happened. They are continuing this work throughout the proceedings as new information comes to light. Our team includes research and policy specialists who are exploring the issues set out in our mandate through their own research and through reports commissioned from Canadian and international experts. This work will become evident through proceedings and later this year and in our final report. We have mental health specialists who have helped us support the application of restorative principles in our work and who continue to ensure supports are there for the people who are taking part. And we have community relations and communication specialists who are helping community members and organizations learn about the inquiry, how they can take part, and how they can stay informed. Another important part of our team are Commission counsel. These are experienced and independent lawyers assisting us in our work. They make sure things run in an orderly and efficient way with participants and others, and they play a vital role in presenting the facts to the public. During proceedings, you will see Commission counsel doing a range of things, including leading presentations and discussions about what happened, questioning witnesses, and working closely with participant counsel to discuss their questions and suggestions. It is important to note that Commission counsel are not acting as prosecutors or for defendants. Like us, they are objective and impartial, working in the public's interest. All of this work is supported by a dedicated secretariat that looks after the administrative needs of the Commission. Moving on from the Commission team itself to the participants. This group is a very important part of our work. The Commission has 61 participants, including those most affected individuals, families, first responders, and organizations, including advocacy groups and both levels of government. These are people and groups who were automatically granted or applied for the opportunity for appropriate participation and who have a substantial or direct interest in the subject matter of this inquiry. Participants are represented by their own lawyers, Commission counsel. To date, we have collaborated with participants and their counsel over many conversations and meetings to shape the Commission's approach and rules of practice and procedure. We have listened when participants have asked for more time to review information and prepare, adjusting the Commission's schedule while continuing to advance our work. Importantly, we have worked closely with participants to review information about what happened as shared in the foundational documents to ensure these documents are as accurate as possible for the public proceedings to commence. During this time, we expect documents to be further informed and explored. Towards the end of 2021 and earlier this year, the Commission held working meetings with participants over many weeks to review the draft foundational documents, which, as Commissioner McDonald said, will play a very important role in our work to understand what happened. During proceedings, participants and their counsel will provide input to the commissioners and may participate in questioning witnesses or experts or in sharing information and perspectives. It is important to note that you do not need to be a participant to play a role in this inquiry. There are many other ways to contribute. This is consistent with the Commissioner's independence. We control our process. We must. While we will always listen with respect and a collaborative spirit, we must not be directed by any participant groups or any other group. And we are creating many different opportunities for you to take part and provide input. As needed, Commission Counsel will be calling witnesses to answer questions where more insight is needed on key information or events. Participant counsel may also make recommendations for witnesses or request to call and question a particular witness. As commissioners, we will consider these requests and determine if they are essential to fulfill the Commission's mandate or responsibilities in the public interest. In addition, you will also hear from a number of other people during proceedings this year, including community members invited to take part in panels and other sessions, experts at roundtable discussions on the related issues, and family members or others most affected who may wish to publicly share their experiences. Last, but certainly not least, there is you, members of the public. The word public is just as important word as inquiry, and a public inquiry is really a two-way street. As we work through the proceedings this year, we ask you to reach out if you have information that the Commission needs to know related to what happened or why and how things happened. And to speak up through the Share Your Experience survey, which is available on our website. Through that survey, we want to hear from people across Nova Scotia, Canada, and beyond. No matter who you are or where you are, your experience and perspectives matter to us. Finally, we ask all members of the public and everyone involved to reflect on the kinds of recommendations you would like to see coming out of the Commission's work. We will be inviting you to share your thoughts and submissions later in the year. Now I will ask Commissioner Stanton to talk about the phases of the Commission's work and what to expect from the proceedings. I am honored to be serving with both commissioners, and I want to highlight here that Commissioner Stanton brings expertise from her long-standing scholarship on public inquiries and from a legal career spanning diverse areas, including constitutional and human rights law. Commissioner Stanton has also contributed to many initiatives focused on building equality and inclusivity. Commissioner Stanton, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch, and good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be serving the public on this inquiry with Commissioners McDonald and Fitch. I became a lawyer as a way to work towards social justice, to contribute to making the world fairer and safer for everyone. Over the course of my career in law, I've come to greatly appreciate the role that public inquiries and commissions can play in bringing people together to investigate and address events and systems that have caused great harm. As I've explored in my scholarship, including my book written prior to this commission, public inquiries can be a rare opportunity to bring together many people, groups, and organizations to gain an understanding, a shared understanding, and a shared purpose, and to take the time needed to look at both what has happened, but also across the many issues that have contributed to it, and to shine a light on the places where systems and structures may have failed us and how they can be improved in the future. Raised in Southern Alberta and having lived and practiced over the years in BC and Ontario, part of my commitment is to help bring a broader national perspective to the Commission's work, not only because this is an important part of our mandate, but also because regardless of where people live or come from, everyone in Canada should feel safe in their homes and communities. I acknowledge it can be harder to feel safe when we're 2 years into a global pandemic and all the uncertainty and anxiety that comes with it. It's as if our lives have been turned upside down several times over, and many of the ways we would normally come together to provide comfort and support to one another have not been possible. And we must not forget were not possible for the families and communities following the mass casualty. We're living in an unusual time. And even though it's hard to extend good faith, compassion, and empathy to one another, we need to take care of each other and to work together well. As we've heard, there are many people engaged in the Commission's work, and quite rightly, many people are watching and waiting to see where this inquiry goes. The Commission is required to act in the public interest, and the public interest does not necessarily mean doing what is popular. It means designing a process that takes into account all aspects of the Commission's terms of reference, including the systemic public policy issues that we're required to explore. It means investigating without fear or bias, including using our subpoena power to ensure we're getting access to all the information we need and to compel the attendance of any witnesses from whom we need to hear. Following the evidence where it leads us, using an inquisitorial, not adversarial process. Doing all of this, in a way that is focused on how to make things better in the future. Our terms of reference require us to draw on restorative principles to shape the Commission. As Commissioner MacDonald said, being restorative includes designing processes that are inclusive, collaborative, flexible, non-adversarial, and forward-focused. A restorative process is also powerful because it allows us to look at the systems and structures in which this mass casualty took place, and how well those systems and structures are serving the people who are living in communities or working in roles intended to provide protection, safety, and critical services. Whatever your perspective on the mass casualty, and whatever your views on the work of this Commission, I believe we all share common ground. We all want to make our communities safer. I ask you to keep that common ground in mind as we continue with our work. Here's how we're organizing this inquiry and proceedings this year. At a high level, we've planned our work in 3 overlapping phases. Each phase is important and builds on the others to help us get where we need to go. In phase 1, our focus is on establishing the factual foundation of what happened leading up to, during, and after the mass casualty. Some of the main tasks here have been to obtain documents, carry out investigations, and speak with witnesses. The Commission began to analyze all of this information as it became available and to bring it together in foundational documents that organize and share an understanding of the very large volume of information we've gathered. Taking a careful, detailed look at what happened helps us ensure we ask the right questions about why and how it happened. Another part of learning what happened has been to take steps to understand the perspectives of those most affected and community members. To this end, one of our first priorities was to meet with the families of those whose lives were taken and with those who were injured. And what we heard in those meetings has grounded our work ever since. Early on, we also initiated our research program, canvassing individuals with relevant knowledge and expertise who might assist us in carrying out our mandate. We appointed a research advisory board to support our work with their expertise in areas such as community engaged policy processes, criminology, law, and psychology. Some of the questions you may have today will be answered in phase 1. Other questions about why and how the mass casualty could have happened will be explored in phase 2. And we have a few months ahead of us to do that work. In the second phase of our work, we will be building on what we learn about what happened and work through the difficult questions about why and how it happened, exploring the broader context, causes, and circumstances that will help us all understand how and why it happened. Here, our focus is on exploring the related issues set out in our terms of reference as requiring particular attention, including firearms access, police and service provider responses, and emergency communications. In phase 3, we'll build on everything we've learned in phases 1 and 2 to shape the inquiry's final report and recommendations. Throughout our mandate, we're taking a forward-focused and outcome-focused approach, and we expect this will come to fruition in phase 3, ultimately helping to strengthen safety in our communities. This deliberate, careful approach is intended to ensure we fulfill the terms of reference we have been entrusted to carry out in service of the public interest. We've made progress on phase 1 and 2 work over the last year and will continue to advance all phases in 2022. Our public proceedings this year will follow the same 3-phased approach. Public proceedings focused on phase 1 begin today and are planned to continue through to April 14th, when we'll pause proceedings for a week for the commemoration of April 18th and 19th. This week, we'll focus on a number of panels and presentations to provide important context for our ongoing work. We'll look at the broad human impacts of the mass casualty, the communities and geography where the mass casualty occurred, and the structure of policing and emergency services in this area. We know there are people following the work of the Commission across Canada and beyond our borders. It's important that everyone has an understanding of the context and communities where the mass casualty happened to better understand the Commission's work. Beginning next week, we'll work our way through a series of presentations and discussions about what happened. This includes beginning to share with the public the phase 1 foundational documents, which, as Commissioner McDonald outlined earlier, have been subject to thorough critique by participants, all of which we considered with care. We're sharing our understanding with the public because it is vital for participants and the public to inform the work ahead, to examine how and why this happened, and to form meaningful recommendations. Where events or relevant facts remain unclear, we'll take the time for more discussion, we'll call witnesses where required, and we'll take into account the questions and recommendations brought forward by participants who have a wealth of knowledge to contribute and who we will continue to engage in testing and responding to the evidence. It's critical that we establish a clear and shared factual foundation to ask the hard and important questions to support accountability for what happened and effective recommendations for what needs to happen in response. In the spring, phase 1 hearings will continue and phase 2 proceedings will begin. Phase 2 will explore the broader context and issues relevant to the Commission's mandate. Over the course of the phase 2 proceedings, which will take us through the summer, more than a dozen commissioned reports will be shared publicly. More foundational documents will be released publicly. We'll have more council-led presentations, discussions, and witness sessions. And we'll hold a series of roundtables where subject matter experts will join us to discuss and assist us in understanding issues relevant to our mandate and required of us to understand in our terms of reference. Then we anticipate beginning phase 3 work in the late summer by inviting participants to make final submissions and the public to inform the Commission's final recommendations to make communities safer. Throughout each phase, there will continue to be ways for participants and others to provide input and feedback. In addition to bringing forward questions and recommendations during proceedings, participants can provide written submissions at the end of each phase of our proceedings and make final submissions in the fall. And as Commissioner Fitch said, We invite members of the public to take part, whether through the Share Your Experience survey that's open on our website, or by watching the proceedings to reflect on the kinds of recommendations you'd like to see, and then sharing those recommendations with us later in the year. All of this adds up to an extensive schedule of proceedings ahead of us this year, with many people involved and many moving parts. Later today, one of our team members will share an orientation to Commission resources that can help you learn where to find the information, supports, and tools you need to take part. My fellow commissioners and I, along with the entire Commission team, are committed to providing you with information about what is happening, why it is important, and how it connects to fulfilling the broader mandate in the public interest. I'll turn it now back to Commissioner McDonald. Thank you very much.
Stanton and Commissioner Fitch. And thanks to all of you. Thanks to all those most affected people for your courage and your commitment. Thanks to participants and participant council for all your hard work over many hours spent working with us to shape this process and carry out this work. Thanks to the many witnesses and community members who have spoken with us about their experiences. Thanks to the community organizations who have stepped up to share your perspectives and support. Thanks to the media for sharing the work we are doing. Thanks to the public for your ongoing engagement. Thanks to the Commission team for your hard work. And thanks to everyone who has made such valuable contributions to our work to date and will be stepping up again in the weeks and months ahead. This Commission has a broad mandate and an ambitious timeline. Clearly, we have a lot of work to do in 2022. When we get to the end of this inquiry, we will have done our jobs if, to the utmost of our ability, we have answered the questions around what happened, and we have explored why this happened, and we have developed findings and recommendations that are taken up by policymakers, public institutions, community organizations, and the public at large, all working together to make communities safer. So now we continue. Coming up later today, as mentioned, we have an orientation session to help you know where to find key information and resources. After that, we will have a panel discussion focused on the human impact of this mass casualty, its broad reach, and effects on wellness. This is an important way of establishing context for our coming investigation and discussion. Thank you so very much. On continue. La prochaine activité est une séance d'orientation pour vous aider à
We
savoir-
continue. The next activity is an orientation session to help you find information and key resources. A group discussion on the profound human consequences of these events for mental health will take place later this afternoon. This will greatly help us to define the context for the inquiry and the discussions to come. Thank you. We'll see you this afternoon.
Thank you. Lunch will be served at noon, and the hearing will resume at 1 o'clock. Welcome back.
Alors,
The hearing-
bienvenue. Nous allons ouvrir la séance. Bonjour tout le monde. Nous allons avoir M. McLeod qui va nous parler d'une équipe qui travaille avec nous. Il va vous produire un sommaire de ce qui se passe sur le site web, y compris les documents que vous aurez besoin pendant la durée de la commission. Alors, nous allons utiliser ces documents-là aussi la semaine prochaine. Vous avez aussi accès à ces documents et au rapport. Vous pouvez aussi nous joindre, communiquer, avoir les cédules hebdomadaires et journalières quotidiennes. Et ces choses-là sont offertes sur le site. Merci beaucoup. Alors, merci, commissaire McDonald. Alors, bonjour tout le monde, à tous ces gens qui se joignent à nous. Je suis une conseillère en communication à la commission ici. Aujourd'hui, je vais partager des renseignements sur les ressources de la commission. Il y a beaucoup de renseignements et je vais aussi vous orienter quant à l'utilisation du site web et à toutes nos procédures. Plus précisément, je vais vous dire à quoi vous pouvez vous attendre.
Adhering to guidelines.
Je m'attends maintenant à que vous suiviez aussi les règles de la COVID. Un petit instant, difficulté technique ici.
For the beginning of days of the proceedings, only participants, participant council, commission team members, and members of the media are able to attend in person.
Les gens du média et certaines personnes ont été invitées à participer ici en personne. Les gens du public peuvent aussi participer, assister à partir de certaines salles bien spécifiques. Alors, les gens de la collectivité ici peuvent surveiller en ligne ce qui se passe. Vous pouvez écouter en ligne. Je vais vous indiquer aussi où vous allez pouvoir trouver les adresses pour vous joindre. Maintenant, si vous voulez à participer en tant que personne de vous-même, c'est possible de le faire aussi. Ou sinon, vous pouvez aussi le regarder à partir du site web. Nous allons continuer aussi d'adapter notre approche au fur et à mesure que les mesures de la COVID-19 vont se modifier. Maintenant, je vais allumer le site web de la commission. Vous pouvez voir à ma gauche et à ma droite si vous êtes dans la salle ici. Sinon, à la maison, vous pouvez regarder sur votre écran. Alors,
the various information and resources you can find. For many, the Commission's website has been an important hub throughout our work, and it will continue to be the main location where you can find up-to-date information throughout our public proceedings, and of course, until the end of our mandate in 2022, November 2022. The website URL, you can see it up top here, is masscasualtycommission.ca. It's available in both French and English, and you can see here you can toggle between the two languages. And it's also mobile friendly for anyone who is watching on a cellular device. As I mentioned, there's a number of ways so you can watch and listen to the public proceedings. So right here on the home page, you can see you can click on watch the webcast, and that will bring up the live recording that's happening in real time. If you're unable to watch in real time, there will be recordings of each webcast session saved and available for viewing at a time that's convenient for you, and I will show you where you can find those archived content as well. As I mentioned, if you're unable to access the webcast, the phone number is here, and you can call in. It's 1-877-385-4099. It's toll free. and then use the code 1742076 followed by a pound sign that will connect you through. For those of you who'd like to be joining at one of the Truro viewing locations that I mentioned, you can also register. There is a register to attend proceedings in person, and that's specifically for Truro at this time. And as I noted, will be open up to the general public in Halifax as we're able to following COVID-19 health protocols. The commission, if we just come down a little bit here, important is the stay updated section. So the commission shares regular email updates to ensure the public knows what's underway and what is upcoming. And you can sign up for those by simply clicking here, and you'll see an email address pop up, and enter your email address. You'll be added to that list. Updates are also posted on our website. You can see they're toggled here at the top. And these are the most recent two. You'll see an update from the commissioners on the proceedings. You'll also see a community notice about the Truro viewing. And there's archived content here as well, and it's updated frequently. Before I go too far into the website, I'd like to speak about some very important information about where to access mental health and wellness supports. So there's a button directly at the top. It's also threaded throughout the website. And if you click on it, what you'll see is a number of resources. So there's phone numbers, there are mental health and wellness resource tip sheet as well. You can click, and that has a variety of tactics. It's downloadable and printable. And the importance of this is because we know the nature of the events and issues that we'll be discussing over the course of the proceedings. They can be difficult and will be difficult. And there's detailed information that will be shared with the mass casualty. So if any time anyone is feeling overwhelmed by the content on the website, specifically, for example, reading foundational documents, which will be entered into evidence throughout the proceedings, you can find also a quick exit button here at the top. That's throughout the website as well, and quickly closes down the entire website for you. For those of us in Nova Scotia, if anyone is struggling in any way and would like help finding mental health or wellness support, you can call 211, and their information is listed here as well towards the top. Or visit them on their website, which is NSBUZZ.ca, and their trained staff will be able to connect you directly to the services for your needs. Additionally, if you're feeling overwhelmed, emotional, distressed, you can call Nova Scotia's Provincial crisis line, and that's available 24/7. Their information is here. I'm just highlighting on the screen. And their number is 1-888-429-8167. So those are some local information numbers and provincial numbers. There's also national resources here as well. So if I was to go down, for example, resource for youth, Kids Help Phone, and they have text and phone service both available. Additionally, if you are attending one of the Commission's public proceeding sites in person, members of our mental health team are on hand. They are on site to provide support as needed. And the full list of services, as I said, is here on the website. I didn't go through all of them, but please, I invite you to visit and have these well on hand. Now we're going to move through the website. And you will have heard the Commissioner speaking about the mandate. So here's where you find that information. It's under About Mandate. And the details of our mandate are written in official documents known as Orders in Council, which provide the guidelines and boundaries for the work of the Mass Casualty Commission. And I am going to pull down to a graphic of the mandate, which is here. If there's any graphic that you'd like to see larger, you simply click download and it will open it a secondary browser. And as you can see, our mandate requires that the Commission examine and make findings on a number of topics and issues, which we've organized into phases. So phase 1, what happened on April 18th and 19th, 2020 in Nova Scotia. Phase 2 will be exploring related issues, the context and issues, which are listed in the Order in Council. And finally, in phase 3, the Commission will produce a report and make recommendations to help keep communities safer in the future. There are 2 orders in council that guide our work, and they are both available on the website in multiple locations, but perhaps most easily under the mandate section. And if you click here, you can, the original copies are here. You can download them and read them. The next part I'm going to share is what to expect. So we're going to quickly look at this page, and I just want to share the overview of our work. So that graphic's available here. It's the inquiry process overview. And this brings us back to those 3 phases I was just speaking about and how our work is organized within them. So you can see milestones here, as well as the various activities taking place. As you'll see, the phases are overlapping. So for example, you'll see phase 2 is going to begin in the spring, but at the same time, phase 1 will still be underway. As you all heard Commissioner Stanton share in her opening remarks, the Commission has engaged a research advisory board that will support our work by providing expert input into our research and policy process. And this is ensuring we are well informed. The members of the Commission, the members of the Research Advisory Board are well-known academics with deep expertise in community engaged policy processes. Their collective research expertise spans areas that will be important to our work, and this includes criminology, law, and psychology. You can find a list of their biographies here on the website. So it's a simple drop-down menu. It includes detailed information on each of the members of the advisory board. Also under About, we have our foundational documents section. You will hear us use this term many times. Foundational documents help the Commission to share what's been learned to date during our independent investigation in an efficient and succinct way. On the website, you'll find information about the steps taken to create the foundational documents. So those are here. And you'll see a high-level progress bar of how a foundational document is created. And here there's a drop-down menu. So for example, step 1 is to gather and analyze information and evidence, which is a process that's been ongoing for the Commission for since the beginning for a number of months, many months. Step 2 is to draft the documents by organizing and sharing the information. Then we consult with the participants to ensure accuracy or gaps or errors that remain. Make them public on our website. So we're at this step right now. So these documents will be available to the public throughout the proceedings as they are entered into evidence. And I will share more information about where exactly those will be downloadable in just a moment. Also shared will be the source materials. Source materials are the documents which underpin the foundational documents. So source materials have been gathered over the course of the Commission's work and include documents like witness interviews, police notes, 911 call transcripts, and more. And I'll also share where those will be available as well. Another report that was mentioned by the commissioners are the commissioned reports. So there's 2 kinds of commissioned reports. There are technical reports and expert reports. And the technical reports provide factual information about matters from our orders in council, or such as the structure of policing in Nova Scotia. And you'll see on this page, this is an overview of what they are. And then we have a list of the anticipated ones to be entered throughout the public proceedings. You'll see the one I was just speaking about, structure of policing in Nova Scotia at the top of the list here. If you open it up, you'll get an overview of what to expect within that report, as well as the author. And you'll see there's a lengthy list here, and each includes that information. And you'll see many of these begin to be shared as early as phase 1, but many during phase 2 as well. These will support the Commission's work by providing an objective and factual account of some of the key government policy structures that are relevant to our mandate. I'm just going to open a few on the screen so we can see how the user face interacts. So expert reports gather and analyze public policy, academic research, and lessons learned from previous mass casualties. These reports will help further the Commission's mandate by analyzing matters such as policing, emergency services, responses, communications with the public, and how to best support individuals and communities following a mass casualty. You'll see many of these, as I said, throughout phase 2 of our work, which is beginning in the spring. On the website, you'll also find information about the steps taken to create the expert reports, similarly to the foundational documents. That progress graphic is here. And a full list of the Commission reports will be released over the course of the public proceedings on a rolling basis. As they're entered into evidence, they will be available under the documents section, which is the next section of the website I would like to review. So the documents section is the fourth in at the top of the bar here. And if we were to click on it, what you're going to see is all the documents that are going to be downloadable throughout the proceedings and throughout the Commission's work. This includes things that will be entered into evidence as exhibits during the proceedings. So we will be providing these to the public, and I'm going to begin with the 2 blocks down here, and then we'll talk about foundational documents and commission report second. So first, process and mandate. So this includes documents such as, example is our rules of practice and procedure. So these are the rules and procedures that guide the Commission's proceedings. For example, within this document would be the rules with regards to, for example, submitting or accessing evidence during a public proceeding. Additionally, within this, you'll be able to download participation decision and information about various addendums with regards to participation. And the last one here, there we are. So you can see what one looks like here on my screen. And this would be the decision by the commissioners with regards to providing standing or participation of those who applied and have direct or substantial interest in our mandate. Moving back to that, you can always just click back on documents. I'll bring you back to this page, which is categorized with all the various documents that are downloadable. Community resources. So what you can find here is information like packages for the community on the Commission's work, as well as information, for example, public open houses and the information on open houses that were held this previous fall. So how to download foundational documents. The foundational documents will be entered, as I've said, throughout the course of the public proceedings, and they will be made available to the public on our website. This is the page where you will be able to download those and view them. So we've set up a test file for today, knowing that the first foundational document is anticipated to be entered into evidence next week. But so that we can see what it'll look like, team. Information about the commissioners, like I said, inquiry process, inquiry format. There are a number of FAQs, and these are informed by community members and questions we received from community members, and they are updated regularly and added to regularly as well. Additionally, we know that the terms used by the commission are not typical. For example, I've used the words proceedings today and foundational documents, and we've created a key term section on the website, which I'm going to scroll to the top. It's at the top of the FAQ page, and it's bolded here. So if you have questions about a key term that you've heard or a word, you can check to see if it's here. You can also send us an email. We're always happy to update this if there's a term we're missing that's not clear. You can see a number of terms here as well. For members of the media, there is a section on the website here. It includes things like media protocols. These are the rules that media follow when covering our events. So of interest to media, certainly, but perhaps also to those who choose to attend our public proceedings. Also, any news releases issued by the commission are available here as well. These would be previous webcasts from previous live streams or announcements that are available. We also have a photo gallery, which is updated depending on the events. You can see investigative work being done here, open houses. So we try to keep that updated as well with images that are usable and respectful. So as mentioned, the commission's work will be ongoing throughout much of March, and there will be many opportunities for public and communities to share with us. I am going to pull up the Share Your Experience section on the website. It's under Proceedings. So we know the scale of loss and impact is broad and far-reaching. It affected the sense of safety for many people in our communities, our province, our country, and beyond. And it's important for the commission to capture the far-reaching and ongoing effects to help inform and shape the findings and recommendations to help keep communities safer. We're asking the public and members of the public to share their experience, and you can complete an online survey, which is available in this section of the website. And I'm going to show you. It's right here under Fill Out the Survey. If you were to click it, it would launch the survey for you. It looks like this. And your experiences will help inform the commission's recommendations and ensure the broad impact of the mass casualty is reflected in the final report. In that section of the website, which is the Share Your Experience section, you can also learn more about other ways to share, especially as we move through the proceedings into the summer, where phase 3 work will be happening. That will include a number of opportunities for community engagement. I've shared a lot of information and access points to various resources, but if in doubt, where to find the information on our website is the calendar. So the calendar is toggled here at the top of the website. This includes various scheduled days of activities, proceedings, including the public proceedings and the phase 1 proceedings that we're in now. It's retroactive. You can go back through it and see what the commission has been doing over a number of months, including the public open houses or meeting with various community groups. This is the view I prefer. I will let you know there is a list view as well, and then you will only see for each month the activities planned for that month. I'm going to click on tomorrow because if I click on today, we'll see our own live webcast. So these are going to be updated on a weekly basis, and there'll be a schedule. So you'll see here tomorrow we'll have a panel introducing communities and a presentation on the structure of policing. You also can see the dates, the times, and any primary or secondary viewing locations. So here you have the Halifax Convention Center and our community location, which for tomorrow is in on Prince. You can also register here. We have the phone number for listening to the proceedings. You can watch the webcast. And after this day happens, and it's in the past, all of this material will still be available here. So this is where you can watch archived webcasts as well if you missed a proceeding. The agenda is included below, so you can see the panel, anticipated panelists, and the presentation that we were just speaking about of the structure of policing for tomorrow. As the proceedings take place, there'll also be downloadable content. So any exhibits that were entered, you'll be able to link through to them from this page as well. And that's why I'm saying this is without a doubt one of the most important pages to remember if you're looking for information. You'll also be able to link to any copies of transcripts here. If we go back to the calendar, just quickly look at tomorrow, or not tomorrow, apologies, the 28th. You'll see we're updated here as well. So again, the webcast link will be available. The agenda is available. And next week is when we plan to share the first of a series of foundational documents, and that information will be here as well, including the names of documents planned to be shared on each day. One other thing I'll show in the calendar is it is populated weekly. Like I said, it is up to about June right now. We will be adding to it. There are public proceedings planned throughout 2022. There is a break in March, you can see, and that's why there's no public proceedings on these 2 weeks. And if you were to open these now, they wouldn't have full agendas, but those will be added as we progress through the proceedings. And like I said, weekly information will be added. In April, you'll see we've loaded things beyond just the public proceedings as well. The interim report is planned for the 30th of April. With that, I'm going to perhaps one of the most important pieces is our contact information. And that's because we want you to get in touch. If at any time you have questions about our work, things you've heard during the proceedings, please email us at info@masscasualtycommission.ca. We also have 2 phone numbers. We have a local number as well as a national number that we can be reached at. You may be pushed to a voicemail, but those are listened to daily, and we will get back to you within a reasonable time period. Additionally, the Commission's investigation is ongoing in a parallel to the public proceedings. So if you have information that can assist our work, you can also get in touch through here as well. To stay informed, you can also sign up for the regular email updates, which I've shared. You can email us to be added to the list, call us to be added to the list, or on the homepage, there is a sign up button. With that, we appreciate your interest in the Commission's work. And again, I encourage you to please stay connected, and I'll hand it back over to Commissioner McDonald. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Violet. Our next panel is scheduled to start at 2 p.m. because it's a hybrid panel and folks are coming in by way of remotely. We will break now until 2 and look forward to beginning that panel at that time. So thank you again, Violet, and we'll break until 2 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. The hearing is now on break and will resume at 2 p.m. Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
I'll take it from the top again. Thank you. In the days, weeks, and months following April 18th and 19th, 2020, many people have experienced and continue to experience a wide range of emotions. So many of us were affected either directly or indirectly by the mass casualty. And we know that much of what we will share throughout these public proceedings will be extraordinarily difficult information to hear. Over the next hour, we will focus on the personal and community impact of the mass casualty. To help us do so, we've invited community leaders in the field of mental health to join us today for a panel conversation titled The Human Impact, Broad Reach and Effects on Wellness. We have asked the panelists to share their experiences and independent perspectives about the impacts of the mass casualty events of April 2020. Before we begin the panel, we want to acknowledge the ripple effect caused by the mass casualty that began with those whose lives were taken and the impact on their loved ones. The ripples extend to witnesses who saw what happened and those who were close by, those who were injured physically and otherwise, to first responders, police, firefighters, emergency health service professionals, and to others that we may not immediately think of, such as funeral home directors, remediation and cleaning services, food delivery services, tow truck drivers, and others that were providing frontline service. The ripple effects touched everyone living in the affected communities and elsewhere, because few of us could ever imagine something like this happening in the places we call home. Some people may have been thinking about it every single day since then, while others may not, either intentionally or unintentionally. We acknowledge that people are at different places along this continuum, and through this panel, we hope to validate the range of responses felt by people across the country and beyond. Our facilitator for this panel is a strong and well-recognized voice and personality in Atlantic Canada, especially here in Nova Scotia. Star Cunningham is the president and CEO of the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia. She is a best-selling author and the recipient of several prestigious honors, including multiple journalism awards. Star will introduce the panelists and guide the panelists through this important conversation. Thank you so much, Star and panelists, for answering our call to help the people of Nova Scotia and beyond, and for stepping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fitch. As the president and CEO of the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia, I have been following the impact of the mass casualty from the very beginning. Our role at the foundation is to ensure Nova Scotians who are living with mental illness and addictions are thriving in our communities. We do that by raising funds and putting them to work in our province. Needless to say, our team has been working diligently to try and keep up with the demand for mental health supports following the events of April 2020. And it has not been easy. As you heard, beyond the direct impacts, the ripple effects have been significant. And this afternoon, we have a team of experts who are joining us to share their thoughts on maintaining mental wellness during the work of the Commission. So I'm going to make some introductions, and I'll start with the person to my right, Crystal John. Crystal is a social worker with a passion for community development. She is an advocate for women's empowerment and earned her Bachelor of Social Work and a Master of Social Work degree from Dalhousie University. She is currently a social work coordinator at Adsum House for Women and Children. She has worked in areas of gendered and sexualized violence, research, adult and parenting education, housing and Afrocentric interventions, which include counseling, parenting support, resource, and service advocacy. Next to her, we would like to introduce you to Cheryl Myers. Cheryl has acted as chair of the Along the Shore Health Board for 2.5 years, and she has been a member of the board for the last 10 years. She has lived in the rural communities of Colchester and Cumberland counties most of her adult life. She is a residential nurse who has worked and continues to work in long-term care and community sectors. Cheryl resides in and represents the community that runs from Onslow to Five Islands. Now we'll turn our attention to the computer screens and welcome Susan Henderson, who is joining us from her offices in Truro. So Susan is a lifetime resident of Colchester, and she is the executive director of the Canadian Mental Health Association Colchester East Hanch branch. Susan currently serves as a board member of the Colchester Sexual Assault Center and the Colchester Anti-Poverty Network. She is also co-chair of the Northern Patient Rights Advisory Committee and the chair of governors of the Jane Norman College. Thank you for joining us from your office in Truro, Susan. Next up, we have Robin Can, who is joining us from Amherst. Robin graduated from the Dalhousie Faculty of Social Work in 2013 with a master's in social work. Since then, she has been living and working as a clinical social worker in Cumberland County. In 2020, she opened a small private practice in Oxford, where she collaborates with people of all ages to assist with challenges related to mental health and harmful involvement with substances. Robin is passionate about rural practice and rural life. Thank you, Robin, for joining us from Amherst. Our next panelist is coming to us from Calgary, Dr. Keith Dobson. Keith is a professor of clinical psychology at the University of Calgary and a principal investigator for the Opening Minds program of the Mental Health Commission of Canada. He has published extensively in areas related to depression, mental health policy, and psychological treatments. He is a former president of the Canadian Psychological Association and the current president of the World Confederation of Cognitive and Behavioral Therapies. Dr. Dobson has been recognized with many awards for his work, including the Gold Award for Lifetime Contributions to Psychology in Canada and election to the Royal Society of Canada. Welcome to you, Dr. Dobson. And finally, we have Catherine Hay, who is joining us from her office in Toronto. Catherine is the president and CEO of Kids Help Phone, where she provides strategic leadership and drives innovation in the implementation of the organization's 5-year strategic plan. Its goal is to be the most nimble, accessible, and effective access point of support for young people when they need it. As a passionate change maker in Canada, Kathy is dedicated to encouraging innovation and amplifying the voice of young people. She received the 2021 RBC Women's Entrepreneur Award of Social Change and the Arts 2021 Alumni Achievement Award presented from the University of Waterloo. Welcome to you, Kathy. As you can see, we have a wide reaching birth of expertise and guidance to share with you here today. And we are going to start it off by speaking broadly. And Cheryl, I think it would be good to start with you on this question, to talk about how the broad effects have come to the surface and what the broad effects of the mass casualty have been, not just for people in Nova Scotia, but all across our country.
Thank you. As you know, many Maritimers move on from our small communities. We have folks from our community living all over the world. The feelings of loss, anger, frustration, the feelings of loss, the grieving process, mourning is affecting everyone throughout the country. Nova Scotia, most of all. Our Nova Scotians, our families, our friends that live in the rural areas have suffered significantly. Their sense of trust, well-being, the sense of loss, frustration again. I speak on behalf of as the chair of the Along the Shore Health Board, and we acknowledge the 23 members of our community that we lost that day. We have been working with our community, which extends from Onslow through to 5 Islands, approximately 8,200 people. And of those folks, we have everybody from doctors, lawyers, nurses, stay-at-home moms, single moms and dads. Their support systems were altered. Who do you trust now? How do you move on after this? When the phone rings, when something goes on in the night, what do you do? We have students, we have children of all ages that were involved in this, and we had teachers that were involved in the tragedy as well. So we have students that we first heard were having difficulty sleeping, eating, coping with anything. They didn't have the skills or the abilities or the language to use to discuss how they felt. We have family members like that. How do you move on with a tragedy such as this in our community? We have been working with our community to provide supports. We hope that there's support for family members that live elsewhere. The 1-800 number, the 1-877 number is available to those, but has the information been passed on? I am not a mental health expert. I am a nurse. I am the chair of the health board, and I wanted to be here today. They asked me to be here today to support our families. That's who I'm speaking about. Our community, our families throughout the country, our abilities to move on. First came shock, then numbness, tears. This happened everywhere. The Community Health Board listened, and we heard of the needs in our community. We've heard the anger. We have been asked why in this small province, in this small community, in this small area. We heard that people were looking for help for themselves, for the children involved, whether it was directly or indirectly. We started hearing of grief and what is trauma-informed grief, and understanding that that's different. We brought in Serena Lewis, who did a grief counseling session with the community over Zoom. Community contact groups developed so that people would feel safer. If anything happened in the community, they can actually turn to one another now over Zoom, over Facebook, and notify each other of issues in the community. Sometimes it's, did you see the big cat that's around? Your animals are at risk. We live in rural Nova Scotia. But rural communities exist across Canada. We support one another in rural communities. That's what we've done throughout the years. Whether it's having an understanding with a neighbor that you will watch for their light to go on or off in the morning to know that they're safe in their home. Whether it's picking up a casserole and taking it to the folks in need. Whether it's calling and asking if you want something, do you need something, or just visiting. These are the strengths of our communities throughout Canada in small communities.
Cheryl, I think I'd asked for a break here because I'm thinking that Kathy, you may want to jump in, because when we're talking about broad effects on the wellness, I think you're in a unique position with Kids Help Phone to actually have data and information on, what the impact was when the mass casualty unfolded. So could you share some of that with us, Kathy?
Yes, thanks so much, and happy to, and just happy to be having this conversation with the folks of Nova Scotia and all of Canada, actually. We saw almost immediately, within hours, a doubling of interactions with people across Nova Scotia shortly thereafter, the mass casualties. And let me just talk about that a little bit. 1/3 of all conversations coming from Nova Scotia, and we are in every province and territory. 1/3 of all conversations, we're talking about grief for months after the mass casualty. And I do want to put out there, compounded by COVID-19 and lockdowns and the trauma that was already ensuing prior to this horrific mass casualty. So grief and loss are definitely a top conversation in Nova Scotia right now. And I do want to say we saw that ripple right across the country. Canada did experience grief and loss alongside Nova Scotia and Nova Scotians, without a doubt. So I do want to put that out there as well. And this is such a crucial conversation for all of us to have.
I'd like to shift over to Robin now, if we could, because Cheryl, you mentioned our rural communities, and we're talking about allowing children and youth to be connected when they don't feel so connected. Robin, I wonder, would you say that there are unique impacts on those Nova Scotians who live in our rural communities?
Yes, absolutely. You know, the effects of the mass casualty, you know, they're really deep and wide ranging, and, you know, they still persist even today, you know, 2 years and ongoing. I think that, you know, a lot of folks are grappling with what looks to be a long-standing change. What I most often hear is that, similar to what Cheryl referred to, people's sense of safety within their communities has been really deeply shaken. We know that rural communities often have this tight-knit sense of, you know, depending on neighbors and a high degree of personal safety, at least in a sense. And, you know, this sense of being safe among your neighbors. And since the mass casualty, this really has been shifted. And what people are describing is an increase in like a vigilance or unease in their community. So my role is to really open up spaces for people to discuss and process emotions related to these experiences, whether, you know, they were directly impacted or are part of the ripple effect that's impacting the broader community. And what I'm hearing are examples like people are locking their doors day and night when previously that was sort of an unheard of experience in these communities, you know. Not something that people would have thought to do, maybe is even kind of the afterthought. Or I hear a lot of folks describing feeling unsafe walking down their road in the rural community when previously that just would have been part of their daily routine. Now they're, you know, considering driving into town to go for their walk, for example. So what we see is these really wide-ranging changes that are impacting people's day-to-day decisions still. And people's sense of safety in their community. And when people talk about this, you know, to return to the grief theme that's been so prevalent so far in our conversation, they describe these changes with a deep sense of profound grief that their communities have been shaken in this way.
And do you believe this is true of rural communities right across the country?
That would be my guess, that, you know, as others have mentioned, that they grieve alongside of us in Nova Scotia. And so this ripple effect, you know, it would follow that this would be similar.
And in a rural community, you know, I'm thinking in an urban center, you may not know your neighbor who's 6 blocks over, but in a rural community, you know your neighbor who's 6 kilometers down the road. So
exactly.
Does that make it a unique situation as well?
Yeah, when you think of the proximity effect, right? How folks feel so connected and tied into, you know, each other, and the lives are so intertwined that when something shakes a sense of safety that is shared, there's not just a wound that is a one event, but it's a relational wound, right? There's like a relational piece to this that goes beyond just the events of a couple days.
I'd like to bring Susan Henderson into the conversation now. Susan, you're at your office, as I mentioned, in Truro as the executive director of CMHA there. What are your thoughts on the rural impacts as opposed to those of the people who are living in towns and cities in our province?
Well, much like what Robin is saying, the relational impact, I think, is huge. I mean, this is how we regain our mental well-being, is through connections with other people. We've already talked about the impacts of COVID, but let alone the sense of security that was robbed. used to feel pretty safe to wander around a community. And now we're reacting to the sight of an RCMP car, which was supposed to be or used to be a sense, again, another sense of security, of safety. I know I'm okay because I see, but all those things were shattered and left you feeling with, well, what do we do now? Where do we go? And what do we do? So, at CMHA, we did see an initial flurry of activity. What else could happen? Because it was just so unbelievable and horrific. And yet if this can happen in that little community very close to me, what else can happen? So it really did erode a sense of safety emotionally and physically for all of us, I believe.
Thanks, Susan. I want to kind of shift now to those people who we may not have thought had been impacted by the mass casualty. We're talking about people in rural communities close to it. But Crystal, you like to draw attention to the fact that there are people that we may not have ever considered were impacted by the effects of the mass casualty. Who are those people?
Yeah, so I can think of a few groups of people that we initially probably wouldn't think too much about. And of course, one of our most vulnerable populations are our homeless. And our homeless live in rural communities, in the wooded areas. They are in the cities, but they are also throughout Nova Scotia in the wooded areas. And often they don't have access to communications for many reasons. One, they are they live in encampments in wooded areas, but they also don't have a means to provide themselves with access to social media, to news. And so, when you think about the mass casualty happening in areas where they may have felt safe in the woods, and now all of a sudden that safety has been shifted. So they're vulnerable and they're unsure of where they can feel safe in Nova Scotia. And they already feel a little out of place because they are without homes in our city.
Yeah. When you talk about people who are living in wooded areas of Nova Scotia, what are we talking about number-wise?
So we have a point in count that kind of counts all of our homeless population, our citizens who are homeless. And last year, I think our count was at about 493 throughout. And probably a third of them are living in encampments in wooded areas. I think recently we've seen a couple of parks right in HRM that have been inhabited by people who don't have homes. And it's important to remember that when they don't have homes, which is a basic for most of us, then it leaves everything else very frightening for them. They don't have homes. Healthcare is really challenging to access. So all of these things impact. So about a third of close to 500 people.
That's a pretty high number.
It is.
It is a high number. And I'm just thinking, while the events were unfolding in April, one of the kind of the comforts, I guess, if there was one, was being able to follow it real time. So you knew when it was over.
Yes.
I'm thinking people who are living in our wooded areas of our province may not have even known when it began.
Yes, that's the hardest part, is they wouldn't know when it began. They wouldn't know when it was safe to maybe emerge from their homes in the wooded areas. And so that makes it very frightening. Absolutely. And ongoing. I mean, the concern now is, can this happen again? Will it happen again? Will I be safe if I'm out in the wooded areas?
So is that the group of people that you wanted us to think about most?
Well, I think we also need to think about the African Nova Scotian community. And the reason about that is because we've always had a strained relationship with law enforcement. And, it's been seeped in racism throughout our history. And the false narrative of trade in the mass casualty has a way of kind of further damaging and confusing the idea of safety for African Nova Scotians, because, you know, we already have a very precarious relationship with law enforcement, and now this false narrative gives us a sense of who can we trust? Will it happen again? And, you know, what will that be enough for us? I know for myself as an African Nova Scotian, the message was being delivered were very confusing. And, you know, you have to kind of be able to, there's a sense of trust that has been lost. And so trying to rebuild that trust, you know, through just a process of understanding that this was one incident, but it does bring up trauma from past as well in our communities. And in Nova Scotia, African Nova Scotians are throughout Nova Scotia, but we are a very close-knit community. And so although someone might be from Truro or Digby, they will still connect with all of Nova Scotians across the province.
A very interesting perspective.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm going to head back to Truro now. And Susan, I wanted to kind of break it down into two chunks, the immediate impacts and then the longer lasting impacts. So what would you say were the immediate impacts in April 2020 on mental wellness?
Well, as I've already spoken about, you know, just let me back up a little bit, actually. We were just so shocked and horrified, everyone was. I mean, this just shook us to our very core, and in some ways continues to. It's still unbelievable. And I want to say this in deep respect for everyone who's lost a loved one. But it was a collective grief and our need to bring a sense of comfort to our community that's driven many of the activities CMHA has taken on and continues to. You know, we just want everybody to know that we're here for them, because it was just so traumatic. Nobody knew what to do. As I said, we froze after our initial reaction. Our phones went silent. People retreated to their houses. And collectively, I know people talked about having so much fear and anxiety and also helplessness. Like, how do we help the people that we know are so impacted by this? You know, we wanted to respect their sense of privacy, but also we wanted people to know that we care deeply and actually are, you know, trying to walk this journey with them as much as we can in the situation. You know, like, again, it was, how could we fathom these things? How could this happen? You know, how could a human being do so much destruction and to be, you know, just how could it happen? So there was those initial reactions. And then I also want to bring up the fact around some collective trauma that I think that is important to recognize. I remember the next week, I think it was Thursday of the next week, there was a construction site down in Halifax, Dartmouth area, and there was some bangs or something that was experienced from it. My daughter actually lives in Bedford, and when this hit Twitter, man, I was tweeting her and saying, get into cover, because nobody knew what was going on, and we thought maybe this was a repeat situation. It turned out it was some construction site noise. And there was a situation also in a parking lot in a store down in Halifax or Dartmouth again, where some water guns were purchased. But people, again, we were on just such high alert and such vigilance that anything out of the ordinary, people were looking around, scanning and trying to make sure that themselves and their loved ones were safe. So, you know, it's really important to recognize that our community suffered a collective trauma. You know, over 2 years, the last 2 years, if anything can be realized, is that mental wellness and mental health affects us all, and it's extremely important for us to maintain. You know, we've been seeing some profound emotional reactions, things like anxiety attacks developing, people who had, you know, already existing disorders, they've gotten worse. Maybe some new have emerged as well, particularly in the anxiety and depression area. They have, you know, some folks, unfortunately, if they were already feeling depressed post or pre this, are now, you know, we were hearing lots of thoughts of suicide and suicide ideation, and just this general fear that the world is not a safe place. And where do I get that from? Where do I get that sense of security back? Another things that we were seeing was an obsession, and I guess that's kind of a negative word, but certainly an obsession, or thinking over and over again about the loved ones who passed away, and you know what their final moments were, and almost like a survivor's guilt set in too. It's like, well, that could have been me if I had been walking on that road, or what if my daughter had been driving on the road at that time? You know, so running this over and over again, which I'm sure isn't healthy for our emotional health and well-being, but over and over in our minds, trying to make sense of it, and to, I think, trying to rationalize some of the fear that we had, because it was just such an unpredictable situation. And then I guess if I can just mention too, Star, the fact that, you know, grief in itself raises risks of major depression, excessive use of alcohol, and the anxiety disorders I've just chatted about there. And so we're certainly seeing that in terms of longer term effects. We're seeing, you know, people that maybe haven't, and were successful in overcoming their addiction are going back and relying on those old coping strategies again. You know, just feeling overwhelmed and not knowing how to cope. So they're, you know, going back to some of those old maladaptive coping behaviors. So, you know, the thing is that I think people need to understand, and it's already been alluded to, is these things are going to be with us quite a long time. And I'm really hoping that people utilize the wellness resources that are available to them. You know, people are here for you, and no one has to go this alone. It's really important for folks to reach out, remember to reach out as we go through this, which is going to take a number of years if we ever really truly recover.
And I can't pick up on the body language or hear other people virtually, but Crystal, I can hear you say it.
Yes.
What are you picking up from you're hearing from Susan?
Well, I think about, you know, we talk about the shift, because there's been a shift in our collective lives. I mean, think of the mass shooting, and then we have the Black Lives Matter with the murder of George Floyd, and that is compounded on top of. So in our community, you know, there's trauma on top of trauma on top of trauma that really has affected us. And another population I think we don't really think too much about is those who were connected to the professional life. Those who were in, they were in a position of vulnerability with authority. And so, you know, when you think about somebody who holds that position of authority in your life, and, you know, and then that, you know, the what ifs, when you go back over, what if it could have been me? What if this had happened? So people tend to go back to an incident and think about how they could have been affected by that. So, yeah.
And when we talked about the immediate effects there, Susan, and you kind of alluded a little to the longer term effects, but Robin, I'm wondering from your perspective, what do you believe the longer term impact will look like?
It's a good question. I think, you know, long term, it's really about reestablishing these connections that have been severed or challenged by this event. And so, you know, the longer term impacts have really been this disconnection, right? Disconnection from the self, from the emotions, from the community, and from each other. And so, you know, yeah, I think that the next steps in that longer term walk are around reconnection.
Dr. Dobson, I'd like to bring you into the conversation now. I haven't forgotten about you because you're way out there in Calgary. Knowing what happened in Nova Scotia in April 2020, can you discuss a bit what people can do to support their own mental health and wellness going through this?
So first, I have to express my deep empathy for everybody who was affected by the mass casualty experience. You know, this has been a trauma not just for people in Nova Scotia, but right across the country, and indeed other countries as well. Certainly from Calgary, we spent a lot of time watching the media and trying to understand what was happening there as well. So I'll just say that at the outset. Also, just say that from the work of the Mental Health Commission, we do recognize that everybody sits somewhere on the mental health continuum. So hopefully we're doing well and coping reasonably, but we recognize that there is a range of responses, and even within the same person, that they might from time to time struggle more or have mental health challenges. So, you know, we need to all be mindful of our experiences, both psychologically, emotionally, behaviorally. I've also been listening very much to the discussion of everybody and hearing a lot of the natural responses when a trauma occurs.
I wonder, I'm going to interrupt you just for one sec, Keith. I'm having a difficult time hearing Dr. Dobson. I'm thinking others maybe too. So is there any way we can boost his audio up a little bit? Give it a whirl now. Sorry about the interruption there, Dr. Dobson, but we want to be able to hear what you're saying.
Speak more loudly, perhaps.
Please do.
But,
Closer to the mic.
It's natural when a crisis occurs that we stop for a moment. We sort of look around to see what's happening, and then we try to either make it predictable, so to understand what's happening, or to make it controllable. And I've already been listening a lot to some of the other speakers about how in this particular circumstance, we stopped and asked ourselves, why did this occur? And we still don't have answers fully for that issue, that answer, of course. So we look at what we can do. We look at what can we control. And what we've already heard is that for many people, they withdrew, sort of locked their doors, or, became more careful, more mindful of what's going on around them. And this is a very normal, natural response when people face an unknowable crisis situation. So in terms of coping, I guess my general advice for people would be some of the things that we've already been hearing about. Pay attention to your own self, be mindful of the signs and symptoms you're experiencing. Do the things that are healthy for you. So this would include things like trying to sleep regularly, exercise, eat well, just sort of, basic kind of natural things to do. And then the main thing I think that we've heard, and again, Robin just said this, is we need to get out of ourselves and to make contact with other people. Social connection is one of the main things we can do to rebuild trust, to rebuild our sense of safety in our social environment and the people with whom we interact. And so if I had one sort of general piece of recommendation, it would be for everyone, as much as possible, to reestablish or establish, if they didn't have them before, social connection.
Those social connections are so crucial. And Cheryl, I'm wondering if you're having thoughts over there about things that people can do to take care of themselves.
Well, thank you. I'm just speaking to Dr. Dobson's note that as we're getting together now, COVID has kept us apart for so long that we don't understand how our neighbors may be feeling. We don't understand where they are in their own mental wellness journey or their well-being. We may see changes, and we're going to have to accept our friends and families where they're at, not try to force upon them what we think they should do or where we want them to be. So it's accepting people and acknowledging them where they're at and moving forward with them, helping them now where they're at, hopefully finding, if they haven't found resources in the community, find the resources, the health centers. Susan and Truro, Dr. Dobson, your team out in Calgary, this is what will be needed. COVID was not kind to any of us. If you recall, at the time of the event, we were all in lockdown. Some of us had brought family members in. We were already struggling with support and mental health issues, as many have noted. So we have to move forward one step at a time as our communities open up to understand where we're going. We can't just jump in when the masks come off. Our safety net that we've had for so many months is going to show who we are again. We've been possibly able to hide a bit behind our masks, but now we'll be open and visible and be recognizable. So also we'll have more visitors in our communities and more strangers, which we must recognize that is something that's going to happen, and we have to prepare ourselves for that. Not to be afraid, but we're going to be leery. The trust is gone in our community, and we have to recognize that as we see more tourists, more friends, more family moving around.
Kathy, what are you thinking about things that people can do for their own mental wellness during this time?
I'm going to take a view from a young person, because I have the view or the voices of young people because we speak to them every day. At Kids Health, a typical day for us is speaking with kids as young as 5 all the way through to about 26. And remember, after the horrific mass casualty in Nova Scotia, our volumes doubled out of Nova Scotia. So we were seeing double. I think there's a really important thing that everybody has pulled a thread through on COVID lockdowns, additional isolation. For a young person, in there were lots of lost milestones as well as they're coping with this grief and loss. that none of us could actually put into words. I'm gonna, without minimizing anything, I just want to put a little bit of a silver lining here, because when I see what young people do day in and day out, they are reaching out, and that is help-seeking behavior. And there is a big, huge silver lining in that. That's a resiliency in action, if I could use that word. So in the midst of horror and deep grief, they were reaching out in record numbers. And to put some context to that, and we were talking earlier about rural, the challenge around mental health support in rural Nova Scotia. In Canada, Kids Help Phone, about 40% of the work we do is in rural areas in Canada. In Nova Scotia, after the mass casualty, we were trending about 71% of all contacts in Nova Scotia in rural Nova Scotia. So that does say that retreating to their home was the right thing for them to do, and they were reaching out, they being young people. But interestingly enough, about 24% of all contacts were from people over 30 years of age after the mass casualty. So there is silver lining here in the resiliency and courage of the folks in Nova Scotia. And I guess my advice, if I could give any to caring adults, is that young people are reaching out on really, really acute things: suicide ideation, anxiety, stress, isolation and grief, and that's trauma. And they are reaching out. So there's help seeking. Encourage young people to reach out, whether it's to Kids Help Phone or CMHA. It's incredible programs. Demystify what reaching out might feel like. And without judgment, just be okay with some of the big emotions you might see in your young person. It's just a little bit of advice from the virtual front lines, I suppose, is get your young people to reach out.
Mm-hmm. I like the fact that you mentioned the word without judgment, the word judgment, because when you enroll in a mental health first aid course, you learn an acronym, ALGEE, ALGEE, and the L stands for listen, but not just listen, non-judgmentally, which is often very hard for us to do as adults when it comes to listening to young people.
Yeah, and one thing I also want to remind caring adults is that your young person isn't going to tell you everything, no matter what, no matter how fantastic a parent or an aunt or a teacher you are. They're not, because their teens are going through what it is they're going to go through. When they have reached out to Kids Help Phone, we know our data tells us that 73% of young people tell us something they wouldn't have told anybody else before. So again, there's really important tools that young people have available to them, caring adults. But not have a judgment that if they're reaching out to Kids Help Phone or bounce back at CMHA, that's a reflection on their parenting. It is not at all.
So during these proceedings over the next number of months, we are going to be opening some wounds. We're going to be sharing information that is going to be difficult for children, for adults, for all of us. I guess the question is, Susan, to you, because you see people in your offices day in, day out, and talk to people in the area as a resident there. What is your overwhelming message to people as they tune in to the news from this Mass Casualty Commission? How can people protect their own mental health?
Great question. I'm sure there's other folks here in the panel who'd like to jump in on this. I would initially say, or off the top say, just take it in pieces. Don't do too much. As I understand, it is recorded, and it's recorded for that very purpose, so that people can take breaks from the material as they're watching it. And if you find yourself distressed, do some deliberate actions to try to address some of those things. Like make sure you're spending, an hour outside in a walk. Make sure you reach out to someone on the day that you watch these proceedings, to a loved one or a friend. So you're making those social connections. You're getting some recreation involved. And the other thing that I also would say is make some time for yourself to do things that are, creative activities. So many of us are working, and then you go home and you immerse yourself in this. This is, we need to create opportunities for our brains to apply themselves in different ways. And whether that's a craft or, some knitting or planting some seeds or some gardening, right? Just something that's different from your ordinary everyday lives, and be deliberate about that.
Dr. Dobson, what would you add there?
If I can just add to that, I think that's a great comment, Susan. But what I was going to say also is that we need to be also mindful of the way we're talking to ourselves and towards others. So one of the things we know about people who struggle with mental health problems is often they are stigmatized by others. So people tell you to get over it or to, sort of buck up, which again is not a helpful comment. We need to be supportive of each other, and we need to be supportive of ourselves. So if we find ourselves saying negative things to the way we're coping, we need to be more gentle and more caring, and to be able to reach out again and get the support we need.
What would you add to that, Cheryl?
You guys are bang on. I agree. Getting out, taking care of you as when you go on the airplane, they say put your oxygen mask on first, and then provide help to this person beside you. We have to take care of ourselves. When we recognize the distress in ourselves, we have to deal with it immediately. Don't bottle it up. The frustration, seek out services, seek out a friend. As you said, do a craft, plant a garden. I said, I have a large speech. I misinterpreted today. But I said I was going, this year when we plant our gardens, I want us to plant seeds of hope. Seeds of hope for the year ahead, with the commission moving forward as we find out more information. But what do we want? What do we want in our community? The seeds of hope are there, and let's work on that together. Let's feed our bodies nourishing vegetables and admire the flowers. Give ourselves time to work on ourselves, and that's what we need to do, and our families, our kids. As a health board, we'll continue to support our community by giving out monies to nonprofit organizations through the health board. This year, we are supporting youth groups throughout the area, one in Portapique, one in Debert, to help them. We also we did a support system group meeting and brought some folks from the commission there so they could see what our community was and identify what strengths we do have in our area. So those things we know are there. I like the idea that we're normalizing seeking out mental health. That is the best thing that has, since sliced bread really, that we can think of when we ask people, how are you feeling? How can I help?
Normalizing asking for help, and then the other part of it all is understanding and validating emotions.
Exactly.
So Robin, I see you shaking your head to that one. How important is it for us to be there to validate what others are feeling?
I would say crucial. It's crucial to feeling connected to others and building that. Validation really is the sauce or the lubricant that kind of allows those positive social connections to grow and regrow. So I would say it's at the heart of all of that.
And what would you say
where they are?
What would you say about hope? Because we heard Cheryl mention that word hope. How important is that word in the grand equation?
I think it's also another crucial aspect, and hope comes from when we find these places of shared empathy and shared emotion and shared care, and taking these, someone else used the word small steps forward, right? That really is hope in action. So I think that's crucial. Yeah.
One of the things that I've heard from people is they'll say, don't worry about me. I wasn't directly involved. I wasn't directly impacted. I'm okay. put your attention and provide the care to those people who are most directly impacted. Do you hear that, Crystal, from people? And if so, what's the learning behind that we should apply to it?
I think people do feel like that, but we are, in Nova Scotia, I say we're a community of communities, and we really do look out and step up for one another. We've seen that throughout COVID, just really making an impact and ensuring that Nova Scotians were safe from COVID. And I think that, as we move forward, recovery is going to take some time, but I encourage people to be gentle with themselves, to be able to recognize how they are impacted by this, because they may not feel a connection. But if they think about all that is going on has occurred over the last 2 years, and this mass casualty has really affected us all, I think we need to just really take some time to be gentle and allow yourself to feel those emotions and move through those emotions.
It's interesting because we talk about terms like suicide, suicidal ideation, and some people may think we shouldn't talk about that topic out loud. We shouldn't ask someone if they are thinking of self-harm or suicide. But Catherine, I see you're shaking your head to that there too. It's like asking a child if they're, what they know about drugs isn't going to make them say, oh, I never thought about drugs, I'm going to go out and take drugs. So I think it's important that we normalize the conversation around those difficult parts of mental illness and addiction, things like self-harm, suicide. Would you agree that that's an important step, Catherine?
100%. I don't think that silence is an option, quite frankly, when someone is struggling with anything, let alone suicide ideation, self-harm. I know my colleagues around this panel would agree. Research says that when you ask about it, it does not plant a seed. It actually opens a door to dialogue and hope. We talked about hope. The reason why young people, when they reach out to us, I consider that a silver lining, is they're grabbing onto something that's hopeful, someone on the other side of a phone, chat, text, whatever. So to have them reach out and then not speak about something like suicide ideation, self-harm, or depression, or having an argument with a friend, whatever the reason is that they're reaching out or speaking to their caring adult, no one should be afraid of having the tougher conversations. And if you're uncomfortable with those conversations, then I would recommend having your young person or your friend or yourself reach out to someone who is comfortable having those conversations. So that's crucial to me too.
Dr. Dobson, what are your thoughts there as far as how we should openly just make this part of our daily discussions and conversations?
Yeah, no, I think Catherine's points are exactly what I would say if I was speaking. We know that one of the major risk factors for suicidality is hopelessness. And, if you're going to address it, you need to find reasons for hope. And so doing what we can to build that hope is critical. But there's a great irony too, I want to point out, which is the only way that we can restore trust or build trust in our relationships is by being vulnerable. That we need to open up and we need to express our concerns and to put our faith and trust in other people to let them give us the opportunity to respond. And so again, I think to the extent that I can encourage people to take that risk, I would encourage it.
The other thing that's vitally important is letting people know where to turn when they need help. I think here in Nova Scotia, our plan is to really direct people toward 211, to get them to reach out and to make contact, to get the information that they need within their own communities. And I mean, we've said the community word over and over here today. Susan, is providing the resources something that you'll be really focused on over the next couple of weeks and months?
Oh, most definitely. Just as we were when the tragedy occurred. It's trying also, it's not just that, it's also figuring out how does it make sense to somebody who's maybe not sure about reaching out, and making provisions for that. So one of the things, for example, we've been talking about is going out and joining up with other community groups. and then together, you know, for example, maybe a food bank or a public library. So not just staying in our building and hoping people come to us. We have to somehow figure out how to go to them, you know, the right place at the right time in the right way for people. And as someone's already alluded to, the spectrum of mental well-being. So, you know, you may be contemplating reaching out, or maybe you already are involved with somebody, but there's also different stages of readiness that need to be considered, and also supported, as someone's already said, unconditionally. Very important that people do not feel a sense of shame about, you know, their lack of whatever, or fear of reaching out, because someone said about vulnerability, that's a tough one. And you need to feel safe and secure, and that you're in a trusted place in order to do that, to make that, you know, strong sense of connection. Yeah. So we definitely will be looking at that, and, you know, whether it's small ways or large ways, what we can do to support our community through this process. Absolutely.
And I like that about small ways and large ways, because it's not always about helping a great number of people. It's about helping the neighbor next door.
That's right.
Making a
It
difference.
can be a flower. It can be a kind word. It can be a hug that we can do in this COVID time. But it can be something very small.
It can be an elbow, a fist bump or something. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's all, you know, it all is an expression of caring. When I take a pot of soup to my next door neighbor, they've known I put a lot of love into that. And that's really what I'm trying to express, is a love for my community member, and love for my community, and my deep concern that for their well-being.
Sometimes it's just that simple.
Yes.
We're getting close to wrapping up here. We have 6 minutes left, so I'm thinking that it would be a good idea to give each panelist the opportunity to just share some closing thoughts. And Cheryl, I'll put it over to you first. As far as it goes with ripple effects and the impact on our mental health, what are your thoughts?
We as a community do not want to be defined by the events of April 2020. We as a community want to be known as the strong, supportive, caring community that we are, that we're family-oriented, that we're resilient. We will move on one breath at a time if that's what it takes. 1 minute at a time, 1 hour, 1 day. We will move on. We've got the Portapique buildup. We've had Nova Scotia strong, Portapique strong, Canada strong. We are stronger together. So I have a quote that was sent to me this morning, and it says, at the very core, we understand that resilience is not armor that protects us from the pain. Rather, resilience enables us to feel pain and anger, anxiety, and guilt, all that we're feeling now, and to move through these emotions so that we find our way to feel joy, awe, and love. Fundamentally, resilience is about marshaling what is in us to make it through, and maybe even transform what is before us, by Al Horn. We as a Community Health Board acknowledge the pain in our community. We applaud our community as it moves forward. And we know that the 23 are gone, but not forgotten.
Thank you, Cheryl. Crystal, what are your parting words for people who are watching, not just here in Nova Scotia, but all across the country and beyond?
I think I want to say, you know, send my condolences to those who lost loved ones. And for all of us as Canadians, that we look out for one another. If you see your neighbor or someone that maybe you haven't seen, maybe make an inquiry. Just keep one another in touch. As we move through these proceedings, it's going to bring up lots of emotions that have not been tapped into over the last 2 years. Some of us tend to shut down and ignore those emotions. So as those emotions come up, it's important to reach out. It might even be reaching out through journaling, finding ways to release some of the pressure and some of the fear that we are experiencing. Take care.
Dr. Dobson, your final thoughts?
I would support so much that's been said in this past hour in terms of the importance of recognizing where everybody is in terms of their own journey, their own recovery, because it is individual, and even people who have been coping well up until now, as the commission starts to report its work, I think some of the stress and responses may get worse now for a period of time, so we should anticipate that. So as much as we can encourage people to be open and honest with themselves and with each other and to support everyone, the better we all will be.
Kathy, over to you, and perhaps you can look at it through a lens of a young person.
Yes, I think I'm just going to speak to the young people of Nova Scotia and just reinforce that you are not alone. The Kids Health Phone is here. Good to Talk Nova Scotia is here. Crisis Text Line Nova Scotia is here. Phone chat, text, tons of self-help tools on the Home Gateway. It's 24/7 in both official languages. You're never alone, without judgment. Please reach out.
Thank you very much for joining us, Kathy. And Susan, to you in Truro.
Well, I just want to add to what everyone else is saying, but just, saying we're certainly, everyone's being held in our thoughts, in our hearts. You were from the beginning and you'll continue to be all the way through this. And we are here for you. I loved the poem that Cheryl spoke about. It made me think about something about hope, which I've heard, which is hope is both an anchor and a sail. And so I hope that we can do whatever we can to instill hope in people and help us through this. But please reach out and get your comfort.
And Robin, from a rural perspective, what are your closing words?
I want to echo what everyone has said. I agree completely. And just want to highlight, the pieces around self-care for sure, taking care of ourselves through this time and ongoing, but also to bring forward that idea of collective care as a highlight as well. So as much as we need to take care of ourselves, seconding what other folks are saying about taking care of each other within our communities as well, and reaching out and not feeling like we need to be alone with it.
Thank you very much. I feel comforted in a way just by having had this conversation, and again, would like to reiterate the part about you're not alone and there is help. You just have to ask for it and it will be there. So I'm going to wrap it up from our point of view over here and hand it back to you, Commissioner Fitch.
Thank you, Star and panelists. We'd like to thank you all for joining us today and giving us a chance to draw from your expertise. We have learned much through this discussion, and we encourage everyone interested in engaging with our work going forward to consider how best to receive the difficult information that is upcoming and the best ways to process the work of the Commission, which I think you shared with us very well. For those of you who will be joining us in person to watch the proceedings, we have a dedicated team of members and wellness support available here at the Halifax Convention Centre and at our Truro viewing station. We also have a comprehensive list of provincial and national wellness supports available on our website at masscasualtycommission.ca, including, as you've heard, 211 Nova Scotia and the Nova Scotia Provincial Mental Health Crisis Line and the Kids Line. All of our proceedings will be recorded and key materials will also be available on the website, meaning you can choose to watch and follow our work at a time that is best suited for you. The pandemic has made our work and our collective healing even more difficult. It has also been a while since many of us have gathered in numbers, not so many here today, but we are expecting more over the coming weeks. So please, as our panelists have suggested, be kind to yourself and with each other as we come together to participate in this very important work. And we thank you very much for joining us. Commissioner MacDonald.
Yeah, thank you all so much. And allow me to thank the panelists as well. This was a very moving, enlightening experience for me, and I think so important. And to start our work and to remind us all of the ripple effect that is in play throughout this province and country, but felt most deeply in those communities most affected, those families most affected. And we have to keep that foremost in our minds. That has to drive our work. The memories of those who lost their lives, those who were injured, the families who are coping and the communities who are coping have to be every day the center of our work and what motivates us. And I know it motivates us as commissioners, and we will continue to do our very best to do right by those who have been most affected and the people of this province, this country, and of course the Thomas Saul family in the United States. So we should always, and we will, keep that in mind. Tomorrow we will continue our work. The first 2 days are really to get us ready for what no doubt will be the very challenging task of learning minute by minute, hour by hour, what happened beginning in Portapique. And that will be starting next week. But tomorrow we will again try to set the framework for those important presentations. And so we will hear from people in the communities, life in rural Nova Scotia. It'll be a hybrid panel again because of COVID, of course, and other challenges, but it'll be introducing those communities and how important that is, because we talk about them, but let's hear from folks who are there. Let's learn from that. And I think, as was said earlier today, there's a Portapique in every province in this territory in this country. And there's a Truro in every province and territory, and a Wentworth and a Plains Road and all the various areas that were so affected to birth and elsewhere. And it's important to understand that community perspective, and that's what we will do tomorrow. And then as a segue into Monday's work, we want to lay out for you a report that highlights policing in this province. It's not simple. It involves RCMP and municipal police and various agreements, and we have a comprehensive report that has been prepared, and our senior counsel, Rachel Young, will tomorrow present that report for all of us, and that again will set the stage to better understand when we hear the minute by minute and hour by hour, to better understand if a police officer is coming from this place, where is it on the map? If other first responders and volunteer firefighters, who I acknowledge some are here today, where are they on the map? Where did they come from? So just to set the stage for policing in Nova Scotia, that will be done as well. We purposely, as an abundance of caution, wanted to space our presentations for the first couple of days until we get used to our settings, our processes, our surroundings, with ample time. And so we had some breaks today that were longer than one will expect as we get into more of the system, but we wanted to err on the side of having more time than we need than less time than we need, because this is a challenging process, and we wanted to start. We didn't want the added stress of rushing people. So I say that because tomorrow I'm predicting we had the same thing for tomorrow. Essentially, and we will probably, now that we've got our first day done, be able to abridge the time a little bit tomorrow and not necessarily take the entire day, but we will certainly keep you up to date on that. So I just wanted to close with a huge thank you to all of you, obviously for the families, a very difficult and challenging day, and just want you to know that I really appreciate the fact you're here. Some of you may be watching from home, and we really appreciate that, and we really appreciate participant council for being here all day and for joining us, and for everyone who has engaged with us today. Of course, our panelists and all who made it happen. We really appreciate it. This is a very important first day and a very important process for all of us, and we really appreciate your participation. So we will break then until tomorrow morning. Thank you all.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until February the 23rd, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.